be able to access that device is light, like the sun, right? Rechargeable energy, right? There are solar-based devices where learning information can be programmed into, right? Tablets, there are systems, there are, movable vans, where learning devices can be programmed into and learning can take place. I think what's most important to us here, is that we need to be able to open our mind and do research, right? We need to be able to do research, understand how it is being done in the Western world, because again, like I said, the future of Africa is dependent on, what we learn, what our younger ones get to learn right now and are able to maximize, in their daily living, right? So, yeah, so there's no tech with the way technology is going, there's no leaving anybody behind, no matter where you live in, no matter, how remote where you stay is. What's most important is that everyone is willing to learn. And it starts from, the first agent of socialization, which is like the family. It starts from actually inculcating the value, making people see that, education is important, right? It is the driver. There are lots of distraction now. There's a lot of ways through which people make money without even, learning. And that's why, to a reasonable extent, we're seeing education as, second option. But we need to be able to, as much as we're able to, the mind is willing, right? There are platforms, there are ways through which education can be, passed across to millions and millions of people.
All right, thank you very much. Before this particular answer, you mentioned something that really touched me. You talked about public libraries. Yeah. I wanted to even ask how many libraries are still existing, but let's leave that first. Before we can even establish libraries, there's something that is declining, the reading culture.
Yeah.
How can we address reading? Because without people encouraged to read, I mean, back in school, I used to read a lot of stories, novels, and all that. But the reading culture right now is the same. Social media has taken every other thing. So how can we bring back the reading culture?
All right. So I think that to address a situation like that, we need to admit where we currently are. That we're no longer in 2005. We're no longer in 2001, right? We're currently in 2025. And the order of the day currently is that there's digital technology, right? Which in essence would mean that people's attention span would no longer be so much when it comes to reading compared to when it comes to watching. That's why, as things go on, a lot of people, now this is not to discredit the importance of reading, because reading is really important. I mean, leaders are readers, if you want to become, but like, I think that, there are lots of ways to which people read now. There are audiobooks, which is also technology. There are, people learn by even watching YouTube videos these days. So I'm saying that to say that, those things, as much as technology has its good side, it also has its not so good side. Those things are enabling people not to read so well. Because if you have an exam and you're like, you know what, I could easily go on YouTube to watch, this thing, and I'll assimilate better because I know that somebody was telling me this, or, I could just easily get a summary of, an audiobook or something of a particular book rather than listen or rather than actually read the book, right? So what is important is that we have an inquisitive mind to learn, and that's why I mentioned, because learning has evolved over time, way beyond just reading. It has evolved, into watching things, listening to audiobooks, attending seminars, and so on and so forth, right? What's important is the mind and what you feed the mind, right? This is not to say, again, that reading is not good, because I myself am a reader, but one way through which we'll be able to bring this generation out of, not paying attention to reading is to actually cost shifting, giving them giving them value through the means that at which they enjoy. So if it's somebody that likes to watch TikTok every day, you know that, okay, this person likes to watch, this person is actually addicted. How can we meet this person at his own level? How can we pass value at his own? And I mean, there are lots of influencers dishing out content, dishing out knowledge, the visual routes. There are lots of, so the reading culture cannot die, but as much as we are losing people to the media, to social media and so on, then we need to, in order to protect our education, in order to protect the mind of our young ones, we need to be able to meet them at that point. It is only when we meet them at that point that they start to receive that shift, or right, that shift comes, and they also start to gravitate towards wanting to learn more. And that's where reading comes in. People would always want to research on things that they are interested in. But firstly, we need to meet them at this level that they are currently. Yeah. So yeah.
All right, thank you very much. You also talked about the COVID-19 era and how, they say necessity is the mother of all inventions, and we were able to find other, alternatives to education and learning. So from your own perspective, how can technology help ensure continuity of education, in times of crisis and insecurity?
Again, okay, so there are lots of factors, right? In times of crisis and insecurity, what is very important first is that we have a government that is proactive. Because, like, without the proactive government, in many cases, there's little that can be done. So everybody needs to be safe, right? Everybody has a right to life. Everybody has a right to education, right? Because those are fundamental human rights. And those are things that, determine the course of a particular culture, the course of a particular generation, right? So in times of crisis, technology comes to play. Technology comes to play. Technology comes to play in terms of people being able to access, whatever resources they want to get to learn. I know that there are lots of platforms these days where, there are lots of universities. I know a couple of universities that you don't even have to step in the in the university or in the classroom physically, and you earn a degree eventually, right? So in times of crisis, those are things that we turn to, and we don't wait until things like that happen, right? We don't wait until crisis come before we start to take those measures, right? I think that the Ministry of Digital Economy and so on are meant to actually start looking at how to transition our education system from being paper and pencil based, to actually um, to digitalizing it. And one of my friends, went on to write an exam, 2 weeks ago for his MBA, and it was like, because obviously he works, so like he uses his laptop and everything, and makes research as well. And it's like he's so not used to writing again because life has moved way beyond this, right? So, and we also have to be thinking like that. We have to be thinking way beyond, the paper and pencil right now. We have to be thinking about how we can maximize technology, to pass education across to people, right, or to our youth, our younger generation. So yeah.
All right, thank you, Promise. I love the fact that you are a leader, you are an innovative leader, and you're working towards that, and you are helping to protect education. Now, what we're talking about here is disruption. What are those things that you think that governments, NGOs, and private organizations, what do you think, how do you think that they can collaborate to ensure that there is no disruption in the system of education, whether formal or informal?
Oh yeah, thank you very much for the question. The solutions to disruption in education, or educational disruption, would start with having a government that is willing to actually having a government that actually realizes that education is important and will do anything to and will do anything to stop anything that would come against education in Africa, or in Nigeria. So what that means is that the government that holds education in high esteem will do everything that comes against education. Whether it is religion, like you had mentioned earlier, whether it is social, whether it is some random belief, right? So in terms of protecting our children, in terms of providing security, in terms of also protecting the teachers, right? Because we live in a continent. I mean, it's not only about Africa. Teachers are all around the world are not exactly compensated so well as much as they would like to, as much as would like to. And as such, it makes people see education as not too, because I mean, if you want to get rich and the person that's teaching you to get rich is not exactly looking so well, you're like, are you sure this is the way to go? And that's why a lot of our people go into different various things today, right? So that's one very important aspect of it's also technological wise, right? NGOs and capitalist, one important way to go about it is to provide low cost technology solution. Because as much as we're saying technology, we all know that technology is expensive. But providing low cost technology solution goes a long way, because that way everyone is able to afford technology and everybody is able to afford school. Just like we're talking about free education, low cost technology solution to to affording solution technology and education to everyone, goes a long way as well. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, now from your journey, you've had experiences, you've done a lot, you've seen a lot. Yeah, so from your journey, what has education empowered you with that made you to say, okay, I want to be part of the protection of education in Nigeria?
I'll be honest. I mean, education is really something that, as a kid, my parents used to tell us that that's the only thing you have, right? I mean, there's no mansion anywhere. There's no big things anywhere. So like, education is key, right? And when you get it, and it's not even about money. It's not about what you stand to gain out of it, the wealth or riches, but it's about where your mind is at. The more educated you are, the more likely you are to see the world on a broader level, in a broader sense, right? Education has made me, open me up to actually wanting to, provide solutions in every possible way I can. With my startup, education has helped me to be able to see that I could communicate, I could reach out to anybody in the world, as much as, I have an interest or I have something to contribute, whether, no matter how minute, whatever that my contribution might be. So I see education so far in me as something that has helped me to begin to build the life that I want, because I'm not going to say I'm so old, but like, to begin to build the life that I want, which is the life of impact, right? And not so many would see it until they actually taste it. And that's why we need to actually protect education. That's why we need to, yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Now, beyond digital tools, what innovative strategies do you think communities and schools can adopt, to ensure learning continuity?
Right. So beyond technology, education, has gone far back as centuries. So it's not starting today, and it's not going to end tomorrow. And there are some underlying core values that makes education interesting, that makes it progressive, which is helping everyone see that this education that's being passed is as important as their living. Right. So what I mean by that is this, that in schools, our schools are taken care of in terms of, okay, that when you go to school, there's nothing to worry about. So our schools are being taken care of, the teachers are being taken care of, the students know that in going to school they get value, right? They get value. The society does not reward ignorance, right? Because on social media today, a lot of the people that we celebrate are not so the educated ones. Let me just use it that way, right? The society needs to start, rewarding education. The society needs to start rewarding education. You see, somebody graduate from a school and with a first class of overall best students, and you hear, oh, his reward is 10,000 naira, 8,000 naira. And I'm not even talking about monetary reward. And all of those things are things that people look at and they're like, okay, so what's the point of actually trying? What's the point of trying? With nepotism as well in the country. So we need to be a society with integrity. In that way, education will actually stand out as the only way through which, or one of the ways through which, people know that once they get it, they'll be able to get something good out of life. Good living condition for teachers, good studying condition, infrastructure, way beyond, technology, infrastructure, our physics, chemistry laboratories, our music laboratories, football courts. I see a lot of schools today. A lot of schools are not actually the standard way that schools should be. We just see schools, erected in, just, a two-story building, no fields, no field, no playing ground, no swimming pools, no recreational activities for children to learn. And it makes me think that, education, as much as the students are getting knowledge, it goes way beyond that. The extracurricular activities that play important roles in the life of children. And that's why, I appreciate, I mean, even though I wasn't born, I appreciate schools, in the olden days, they used to have very big fields where students play football, where they, because all of those things are also part of education and not just limited to um, all of those things are part of education and not just limited to what you learn in class, right? So yeah, those are some of the things: infrastructure, ensuring that everything is taken into consideration, from extracurricular activities to taking care of the teachers, to ensuring that teachers are paid well, to ensuring that students are protected regardless, and to making people see that there's reward for studying, there's reward for actual, there's reward for actual hard work academically. So yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Which brings me to one other question I would like to ask. How can the government step in this time around, to protect education from what we know has almost come to stay, which is strike? Yes, year in, year out, we witness this strike. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, SOUQ, they have their yearly calendar of strikes and all that. So how can the government protect education against strike, underfunding, and maybe political instability?
Oh yeah, so funding is an important aspect of education, right? So I think it's about priorities, right? The government has to understand that as much as they want to build infrastructure, right, as much as they want to plunge money into all of these other capital projects that they have, education in itself is also a capital project, right? Because the minds of the younger generation is as important as the road you're building, right? So funding is important. More importantly, communication. I think that one problem we have in our governance, in Africa, I don't want to say Nigeria, but in Africa, is that we don't communicate appropriately and we don't communicate early enough. The government has to be able to, there's something called because this is checks and balance. All of these things is called checks and balance because ASU is supposed to be able to reach out to the government that this is the problem we're facing. The government promises, but like before ASU reaches out, the government should know what the possible problems are. The government should actually have analysts, right, analyzing things, be able to know what the problems could possibly be, and attending to them before actions like this come up. Fulfill your promise. If you're saying you're going to be increasing pay or you're going to be providing so allowance, be able to do that. All of those things are things that they fight for. I think that a lot of the strikes that we have in Africa or in Nigeria ASU is typically funding based. I don't think that they have strikes on our infrastructure. I mean, maybe some, but like a lot of them are funding based. And if the government is able to actually see education as important and provide funding for it, and also be able to secure for each and every student, and lecturers, and if just literally all our facilities, right? Um, Education would see, the light of the day, and it will improve by the day. So yeah.
All right, thank you very much. The government will keep to their promise, just like your name. Anyways, there is something I keep talking about. We talked about it yesterday. We're going to talk about it today. And if I have the opportunity tomorrow, I'm still going to talk about it. That's women education. So our society or some of our cultures still don't believe that sending the girl child to school is important, or the girl child should have as much education as the boy child. This has become a menace in our society. However I want to put it, it is something I'm fighting against and other women. So I am campaigning for it. So from your perspective, what do you think that we need to do to take away this culture of saying that the girl child does not need a formal education? Instead, we should be prepping her up for marriage.
I'll be honest with you. The most intelligent people I've worked with, since starting my career are women, right? And I'm not trying to flatter anything, but like I have seen how intelligent women are in terms of work. I understand how much they pay attention to details. I've seen how they think, when problem arises. And that's why I can say that categorically that the most intelligent people I've worked with are women. And it's simple. Yes, the society in the olden days, we used to say women are meant to be for, the kitchen. But that's not what it is right now. I've seen, one of my mentors, Ibukwan Oshika, she's a woman. She's done so well with her career, right? So I think that it starts from the home because, and also the government, right? There has to be a penalty for any girl child or any family, that is insistent on their child, of course, there's a choice, there's a place of choice. You can decide not to further, but there has to be a penalty for a child that does not, at least, at the very least, complete a secondary school education. A university education is typically, 50-50, because we benefit more. Again, I'll say we benefit more from an educated society than a semi-educated society. We benefit so much more because the way our people would think, the way our people would interact with each other, the way decisions will be made will be so much different. And I think women are the drivers of the future. Women are the drivers of the home. I mean, women are the drivers of the future. Women are doing great things. A lot of startups in Nigeria, technology, education, and so on, startups are being led by women. And I think that's important that the government actually, bring out specific legislations, addressing the issue of women or ladies or girl child or, the girl child, going to school, and penalties for situations where the girl child wants to and they are being held bound by maybe their family or their culture or their, whatever it is.
All right, final question. Do you believe in free education? And what's your thought on this? Should it be a topic that should be encouraged in the government?
That's a tricky one. Do I believe in free education? Education is expensive. And as much as, just like the government used to provide subsidies for petroleum and all, right? I think education should be very affordable. I think education should be very, very affordable. That's my take on that. Should education be free? There are lots of gray areas around that, but I think education should be affordable. And everywhere in the world, that's the way it is, right? In fact, in the US, it's not free, but you could take loans. The government has they've done it in such a way that if you decide to want to go, you can go to school, right? You could take a loan, go to school, and while you work, you pay it back, right? So I think that education should be affordable. But given our own climate, I'm not going to say that we operate on the same level as the US. The government can cushion the effect of the high cost of education on our people in such a way that everyone can be able to afford to go to school. Of course, and the government even came up with student loans as well. So the student loans, I know that when I was in uni, my school fee was about like 19, not so long ago, about like 5-6 years ago, about like 19,000 something for each session. But right now it's about 100 and something K. But of course, that's where the government came in with the student loans, right? So I think that education should be affordable and should be readily available for whoever wants to go, regardless of whatever class of the society you belong to. So yeah, that's my take on that.
All right, thank you very much, Promise Tomiwa and your daily. Thank you for the impactful. Thank you for your insightful discussion. It has been a great ride.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Really grateful to be here.
Welcome. All right, that has been a whole lot. Has been quite interesting.
My take.
I like he said he doesn't believe in free education. It can be subsidized to a certain level. So that's his own take.
Have you heard of the word that there is nothing that is free, not even in Freetown? You pay for everything, maybe little.
Education was free, actually. I mean,
yeah.
Our leaders now enjoyed free education.
Government paid for it back then.
Yes, but
so government paid for it for free. It was free from the for the citizens.
Yes.
Then another thing I loved about what he said was the fact that education, knowledge, does not necessarily have to be all about writing and reading. I have seen schools these days whereby the school premises is either tiles, interlocks, or cemented. How can the children play? So you see those football, you see those games, the running around, the clapping and they throw their legs. Those are education, actually. Those are ways of learning. And children have a way of putting, or teachers, some teachers have a way of putting, applying play to learning, which makes the children to understand what you're teaching faster. But these days we don't see that anymore. Children don't play as much as they want to anymore. Children don't do extracurricular activities. There are no more drawings. There are no more. So everyone is stuck to either their iPad or their notes. The children comes back home and you say, go and do your homework. Go. I think he really nailed it there. It's high time we go back to that system. Maybe before government gives approval for, okay, this place is good enough for school, they should go and check the premises. Is it safe enough for children to play around? Let these children play. It's part of learning.
All right, so we'll go on a short break right now. And when we come back, we'll continue with the second part of Just Africa. Stay tuned.
Augmented reality (AR) is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR kits and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once small calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back to Just Africa. Now we turn our attention to one of the most fundamental rights, human rights, the right to learn. Now, across Africa, millions of children and young people are still denied access to quality education because of poverty, conflict, corruption, or weak governance. Journalism plays a vital role in exposing these barriers, while good governance ensures policies and accountability are in place to remove them. But the big question is, how can journalism and governance work together to protect the right to learn for every African child? Today we will be looking at a very important topic, which is journalism and governance to protect the right to learn. Joining us to unpack this insightful topic is Stanley Ugagbe. Stanley Ugagbe is an investigative journalist and an editor at Secret Reporters, known for exposing political misconduct and shaping public discourse. Welcome to Stanley. Stanley Ugagbe, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you crystal clear. Thank you very much for joining us. International Day to protect education from attack reminds us that schools are often on the front lines of conflict. How serious is this problem in Nigeria today?
Well, once again, I want to say thank you for having me. And it's actually a pleasure to be on your program today. Can you confirm if you can hear me before I move on?
Stanley, please go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So your question, I would like to start by saying that this noble day was actually established in 2020 on the 28th of May 2020 by the UN Assembly to be able to, look at some of the issues that are affecting schools as far as protection and what have you are concerned. And now, in Nigeria in particular, it has been a very serious issue since at least 2020. And now I'm going to give you a few statistics to drive home my point. Just last year, 2024, according to the UN, Nigeria as a nation was listed among the top 5 countries that experienced violence in schools, that experienced attack in schools, among the top 5. And then if you look at the Northwest, for instance, we were all here when the attack on the primary and secondary school in Kuriga, Kaduna State happened, and it was initially reported that about 287 students were taken away until the governor came and said, oh, no, that is not the number, but it is actually, or rather, the projected number was 137 and 2, or what have you. That number is so much. And now I give you another instance. In the year 2022, the Federal Capital Territory, the Education Ministry in the Federal Capital Territory declared that all unity schools should be shut down in Abuja because of the fear of attacks on these schools. There were intel that the schools were going to be attacked, and so the government had to make that declaration, and the students were evacuated home. So if, and that tells you that if that can be done, or that can actually happen in the Federal Capital Territory, it means that Nigeria at large, as a nation, the whole place is under siege. Education is under siege. And so, in a nutshell, the point is that Nigeria as a nation, for since at least 2020, has been under siege as far as attacks are concerned in our education sector.
All right, thank you very much. I want to ask Mr. Stanley, when we say the right to learn, what does it mean in its simplest term? Does it mean it's just about going to classroom, or it goes beyond that?
I would like to start by saying that the right to learn and all of that, they are enshrined in our constitution. So every child, whether from the poor or from the rich background, has that right to learn. What this actually means is that every single child, every single citizen of this nation is entitled to education. Every single child, every single citizen of this nation is entitled to education to whatever level that they want to. That is what it means by the right to learn. But unfortunately, that right is being taken away from many of our pupils, many of our children, many of our students, as we can see from the figures that have been read out year in year. According to UNICEF, Nigeria at the moment has about 18 million, over 18 million out-of-school children. And some of these students, what actually happened was to them was as a result of attacks on their school. And so they had to, leave their schools, they had to leave their environment, and some of them, they're even in IDP camp. And that right has been taken away from them because of the attacks on their school. Because at the end of the day, you tell yourself, or the parents tell themselves, oh, it is safety first. So my child needs to be safe before I even begin to think of education. So what we see today is a situation where people are rather particular about private course. If they are not safe, you can guarantee that even the education itself will not comfort, and that is why we are having the issues that we are having. But to right to learn is, every has the privilege to be able to attain education to whatever level that they deem fit.
All right, thank you very much. Now, many schools in northern Nigeria remain closed due to insecurity. How does this shape the future of children in the affected regions?
Okay, it was an American actor, Edward Olmos, who said, education is the vaccine to violence. I say that again. Education is the vaccine to violence. And then a Tibetan proverb says, a child that is without education is like a bird without wings. A child that is without education is like a bird. Is that, there are no hard and fast rule to these things. Education provides the basis for virtually everything that we do. Provides the knowledge, it equips one with the right values and all of the things that one needs to thrive in life and also to contribute meaningfully to society. So what that means is that if these children, as we have them, are being denied the right to education, because of the things that are happening, it means that they are being indirectly prone to violence. Indirectly, they are being trained to all kind of ill vices in the society, because lack of exposure will make them to realize, to tell themselves that no, oh, we can do this, we can do that, and there's no consequences, because they don't have that the basic education to be able to identify things that they should do and things that they should not do. So education is a bedrock. Without it, you can be sure that every other thing is likely to go wrong.
Very much. Your profile says you are an investigative journalist, and journalism is supposed to be a watchdog to the government or for the society. When teachers are not well paid, when there are underfundings, when it comes to, since we're focusing on education, in educational sector, when we're talking about some certain things that are going wrong. But do you really think that right now in our today's society, do you think that journalism is really the watchdog for the citizens?
I like to still believe that journalism remains the watchdog. The issue we are having is that because of the tendency to want to, to earn while doing the job, that is why we see that a lot of journalists today are compromising the ethics, are compromising the roles that they are supposed to play, because at the end of the day, they want to feed, they want to be able to earn like every other person. But the truth is that we still have a lot of media organizations in Nigeria who are actually acting as true watchdog to all of these things. I tell you, in particular, I work with an investigative news platform. I'm not going to mention it because of this kind of the sensitivity of the kind of the news that we do. But I tell you, we do a lot of investigative works that revolve even around education. We have uncovered various cases where people in the educational sector, the stakeholders, I mean, the people in charge, who award contract to themselves. Contract that they should have, given to the qualified person to be able to do things that we put the right structures in place that will serve the children, the students, and of course Nigeria at large. They award this contract to themselves, and at the end of the day, sometimes they do show the jobs, and then some other times they don't even do the job at all, and then they go away with the money. But the truth is, what we are having is that for most of the media organizations that are controlled by the government, you can be guaranteed that they are tools in the hand of government. So they may not be able to play the role of the watchdog, but for the few independent media organizations, others that are operating in Nigeria, there are so many reports to be able to attest to the fact that they are actually playing the role of watchdogs. I mean, all of the things we hear about, things that have the attacks about education and what have you, we get them through journalism. We get them through the watchdog role of the media. So if the media are not actually playing that role in Nigeria, it simply means that we will not be hearing about these things. So for us to be informed, or that we are in the know of what is happening in the education sector, the attacks, and all of the things that are going on, it simply means that we still have journalists who are playing the role of the watchdog in Nigeria.
Yes, so since we have that, most people also believe that right now, what journalists do, they only highlight the problems, that they do not help in bringing solutions to this. So the question is, how can the media balance exposing issues with encouraging progress, not just identifying the problems right now?
So a lot of time, the media itself, it's not the government. The media is not going to play the role of the government. There is a need for us to draw a dichotomy between the role that the media plays. The media plays information, entertainment, and all of that we already know. I may not want to go into those details, but the truth is, solution journalism is very expensive. I was privileged to be part of one recently, where a training where they try to do some of these things, and then they try to provide grants for people to be able to go about these things. So if the media don't have the right resources to be able to do these things, it becomes a problem. And then to be able to do this, I also want to believe that it also have to do with the government, because at the end of the day, the government will be the one that will implement every suggestion that the media makes. And now we have editorials. I still want to believe that every media organization still writes editorials till tomorrow. And every of those editorials, the key things that they do is to profile solutions, that these are things that government should do to be able to ensure that we address the problems that we are having. So by the time the media align these things in their editorials and whatever opinion piece and what have you, and then the government is not willing to act, at the end of the day, it amounts to nothing, because I, as a media person, I'm not going to be doing the job of the government. I don't have the resources to do it. I don't have the capacity, all of the things that my own job is to ensure that I expose all of the things that need to be exposed. I provide the society with the relevant information, and also let the government know that, no, this is what you need to do, so that every one of us can be on the same wavelength. So if the government can actually, see the need to work on the reportage that media organizations are providing, we can be guaranteed that we will not be here today. Because if you look back, you realize that almost every of these attacks are being documented. And of course, there have been several opinion pieces, several editorials that have been written to say, this is what we can do to be able to address the issues that we have. But the government, like we have in this part of the world, they look at this thing and say, no, it does not concern us. So the people that are concerned, if they can't handle it, they should go and die.
Thank you very much. Now, you have covered governance and accountability for years. Why do you think protecting education is not yet a political priority?
The answer is simple. The answer is simple. We have leaders who are not particular about governance. Look at the Nigeria today. If you look at the average politician right now, he's concerned about winning 2027 election. From the local government to the federal level, the average politician right now, you see them decapping here and there. They have even forgotten about governance. And then you ask yourself, what is now going to happen to governance? If all of you are elected into office, and then all you are thinking about is how you are going to win the next election, you begin to plot and what have you. So the truth is that the issue we are having is because we don't have the leaders who have the heart to serve the people. We don't have the leaders who tell themselves, oh, leadership is about serving the people, is about delivering dividends of democracy. It is about ensuring that the welfare of the people that are being governed are properly taken off. So if the leaders we have don't have such mindset, then how are we going to cope all of this thing? And now you look at the education sector, from even the salaries of the teachers, how much the average teacher earning? Even with the implementation of the minimum wage, I can tell you for a fact that there are still some government schools where the teachers are still being earned, are still earning around 30,000, 35, and you ask yourself, what is going on? And then you see a situation where I come across the national policy on safety that was enacted in 2021 by the Nigerian government. And this is where we are. Despite putting that in place, we are still having all of these issues. And you know why? Because in this part of the world, in Nigeria in particular, we know how to make laws, we know how to make policies, but we don't know how to implement. We don't have the heart to implement. And you know why? Because the people in government, they are still the people who are, violating these laws, so they cannot even bring themselves to account. And at the end of the day, nobody is holding anybody accountable. And that is why you see that from government to government, it's the trend continues, the trend continues, because if we were a serious nation, you will tell yourself as at 2025, but now perhaps we would have gotten it right with education. But our education system as of today, only God knows how best to describe it, because if you ask me to describe it, I might use words that might not be too good for the ears of the general public. But the truth of the matter is that our leaders are not willing or ready to serve, and we don't have the right institutions to be able to implement and enforce the laws that we have in place to make the education sector work for every child.
All right, thank you very much. So if I may ask, what role now should international organizations play in ensuring that Nigeria meets its obligation to protect education?
Okay. Now organizations can actually play. I will not deny the fact that, of course, Nigeria, for me, I like to believe that one of the roles they can play is providing perhaps support in terms of funds to be able to help to implement some of the things that we have in place, because you realize that it's looking like we lack the right funds to be able to implement a lot of the things, a lot of the initiatives that we have been putting in place to ensure that the education sector works for all. And then another thing for me is because Nigeria signed into the national policy on safety. Nigeria signed in for, or rather for that initiative. So since we have consented, international organizations can ensure that they follow up to ensure that Nigeria as a nation is not just signing on up in words, but also following it up and implementing every of the details that are contained in that document. Because every child, every teacher, everyone working in the education sector has the right to safety. Because safety first. If there is no safety, you realize that all of these things, nobody will go into the classroom. No teacher will want to risk their lives to go and teach. So the education, the international community can actually help by ensuring that, like I said, one, they provide funds, and also to ensure that they follow up with the implementation policy in Nigeria to ensure that they are following it, and also ensure that they are tracking every of the works that are being done, so that at the end of the day, because you at the end of the day, Nigeria is part of the UN, and then all of these bodies that come together to look at these things. So it's not just about you coming to say, oh, this is the report. The international community should be able to track what is going on in our nation, so that will also help to put our leaders and, of course, the relevant stakeholders on the spotlight to ensure that they do what they are supposed to do. And trust me, if the international community can actually be on the neck of the relevant authorities, they will be forced to try to do the right thing and implement the right policies that will protect our schools, our children, our teachers, and of course, all the people that are working in the education sector.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Stanley. So, critics argue that disruption or lack of education, that leaders have weaponized lack of poor education in Nigeria, in the continent as a whole. What's your take on that?
That's an obvious statement. It's an obvious statement to make, because it's not just lack of education. In this part of the world, in Africa at large, the leaders weaponize almost everything, because they know that the people, a majority of the people, especially those in the rural areas, they are not well enlightened. They don't know their rights. They are not even exposed to the things that they are entitled to from the government, and that is why the government, on their part, they look at it and say, "Oh, these people don't even know that they have the right to this, they have the right to this." So they leverage on it, and then because you ask me why a politician will walk up to me as an enlightened and educated person and say, "Oh, Stanley, I am going to give you 5,000, then vote for me, and everything is going to be fine." So if I am exposed I am enlightened. The politician that I'm not sure any politician that knows what he's doing will walk up to me to come and make such demands. But when they see that, oh, these people, they don't know their rights. They can walk up to them and say, oh, promise A, B, C, D, I'm going to do this, provide some cheap things to the people, and then use it to their advantage, and at the end of it, they impoverish the people. So the truth is, the lack of adequate education that is prevalent in this part of the world, Nigeria in particular, and of course, especially in rural areas, is something that our politicians are, weaponizing to their own advantage. And that is one of the reasons why we are here, because at the end of the day, all of these praise singers for politicians that we see around, a lot of them, they are uneducated. They don't know their rights. And that is why they dance and sing their praises for 5,000, 10,000, and they think that is all that is to life. So that is it.
Talking about knowing your rights, or people in rural sector knowing their rights, that is already a challenge, a barrier to education. What are the other barriers you think that are there that the government, NGOs, private individuals, what do you think, what do they need to know, those barriers that are preventing people from having access to good education?
Okay, I like to believe that we don't have enough. Okay, let me even start by saying that in Nigeria we have the National Orientation Agency. Of course, I was somewhere earlier, was talking about values and what have you. Now, this agency, sometimes I ask myself, how many Nigerians know that there is an agency called the National Orientation Agency? I myself, I tell you this, until I left the village where I grew up in Delta State, I had my primary, secondary, and even on university, anything called the National Orientation Agency. So you realize that even the institutions that have been put in place to orientate the people on the things that they need to know, the institutions, perhaps they are just dancing around the urban areas, and even in the urban areas, places that, of course, let them just show that, oh, they are working and what have you. So the truth is that aside trying to know their rights, we have the challenge of people not being aware of things that are should guide their. People are not aware of the values. People are not aware of, even things that are happening around them. And that is why it often gives me issue when we see young people around who rather than more for the right or speak up when there is need to, they are rather concerned about watching programs that are not, they don't add values to lives. And one of the reasons for this is to some young people, they believe that, oh, no matter what you do, it's not going to change anything. So let's just live our lives the way we want. And that is actually a challenge that we are having, especially amongst youth and, of course, young people. Because they look at the government and say, no, these people will do so. Everybody should just live their lives. And so I like to say, because right now, for me, I believe that the last hope of the common man as of today are the media and civil society organizations. For me, before now, they used to say it's judiciary, but right now, judiciary.
I guess the network is a bit not on our side. Maybe it has to do with the rain that's been pouring since morning. But it's been quite interesting. He's talking from someone who has been there. He has been on the scene. Stanley, are you there?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, continue with your line of thought.
Okay, so as I was saying, just to wrap that up, there is a need for civil society and the media to, of course, do more in getting the masses and the people, of course, the education sector to get to know what their rights are, the things that they are entitled to as a people, and to be able to speak up when there is need to, because that is one challenge that we are having. A lot of young people are not interested in speaking up, and that is a problem. That is a problem. So, in a nutshell, the people need to get the young people schools, because that's the center focus of what we're looking at, to get more acquainted with what is being done in the media, and of course by civil society organizations, so that we can work as a team to be able to address some of the issues that we are facing since the government is not forthcoming.
Well, you said something that NGOs should work with the government to ensure that awareness is created, so these people know the rights, that okay, they ought to be in school, children and everyone who is interested. So if some of these leaders, because we cannot say all of them, if some of those leaders are weaponizing poor education, and we are now calling on civil societies to come and work in creating awareness, don't you see conflicts arising at some point?
Well, you are right. You can hear me. Confirm that.
Let's continue.
Okay. The truth is, whether conflict or otherwise, at the end of the day, no matter what happens, we still cannot do it without the government. And trust me, I am one person who believes that if 1 million Nigerians, just 1 million out of the over 200 million Nigerians that we have, if just 1 million Nigerians come out today and say and make a demand, the government will be forced to act. If 1 million Nigerians come out today to make a demand, you see what happened during NSAS in 2020. And the government, they were forced to act. So the challenge is, we are not having the numbers that should. If a figment of people in Port Harcourt, a figment of people in Benue, a figment of people in Lagos come out to say, oh, the government will not take them serious. But by the time that we have at least 1 million people coming out to press a demand, you can be guaranteed that the government, the leaders, the politicians, even with their deaf, or even if they can't hear before, they will be forced to act on what the people are making demand of, because they already know that this is already beyond the military, this is already beyond the police and what have you, and they don't have any other option than to act. So we need the numbers that can actually press home the point. And that is why I mentioned earlier that if the people can work with the media and civil societies in number, you can be guaranteed that we are going to get the results that we desire, and these leaders will not take us for granted.
All right. So, do you believe Nigeria's democratic institutions are actually, strong enough to enforce accountability and when education rights are being trampled upon?
Well, that's a huge question, and I made mention of something related to this earlier. That in Nigeria, our problem is not that we don't have the institutions. Our problem is not that we don't have the laws. The problem we are having is implementation. And where that is actually, what is actually happening is that a lot of time, the people who violate these laws, they are, a lot of time, most of them are the people who ought to implement the law. So by the time I am on the path of implementing the law and I violate, I want to believe that you don't expect me to implement the law against myself. So what we have without mentioning names is that when a government comes into power, And then the people, they put their people there and what have you, cronies and what have you. And at the end of the day, oh, I'm in government, and then somebody that knows me violate the law. And at the end of the day, they are reaching out to me, say, Stanley, A, B, C, D. And I know that that person is my person. I want to do everything to shield the person. And that is what happens in Nigeria. Weak institution because of cronies, because of favoritism and what have you. We're all here in this country when a certain chairman of perhaps the ruling party some years ago mentioned that once you join their party, your sins are forgiven. So, and we have seen that play out, not just in the present government, but also in the previous government. So it's the issue we are having is not that we don't have the institution, but the ability to be able to implement, because we have people who are doing party governments, in quote, party government, we. Now, we are brothers and sisters, so whatever happens, it's not like other developed countries where even if you are the president yourself and you do something, we see just, was it last week also, is it the vice prime minister of the UK resigned because of a little thing. But here in Nigeria, it cannot happen. It can't happen. The person will even spit on our faces. And that is because we don't have the institution that implement, we don't have the people who can implement these things in the institutions that we have. We have such past institutions like the EFCC, the ICPC, all of the other ones, even the ones that deal with education and what have you. But look at where we are. If you have a problem, just be sure that you know somebody that knows somebody. The problem is over. So nobody's bringing the people to the people that should be brought to account. They are not being brought to account. Rather, if you don't know anybody, that's when you go to jail and you become a scapegoat in the process. So in a nutshell, what we have is a system where we have party stakeholders or those in the position to implement, and so these things cannot be implemented.
All right, thank you very much. You've had a whole lot of experience in reporting and in investigation and all that. So I want you to tell us, what is that one particular report you have given or you've reported, you've investigated as a journalist, and the government has decided to work on it, to take those reports seriously, and it has transformed, especially the educational sector. Is there anyone?
Okay, let me say that apart from being an investigative journalist, I also work with an NGO, and we contribute massively to the fight against corruption in Nigeria. And I will tell you for free that our NGO, in recent weeks, the last two, perhaps, governors that were, invited and detained by the EFCC, we made that happen. The last two governors, if you look back, I don't want to mention their names so that we don't go to do that details, since I'm not here for the NGO. So we have actually done a lot of things that if I want to begin to share with you, although a lot of the things that we have done are not particular in education, but personally, the reports that I have done in the education sector, they have to do with contract racketeering. I have done quite a number of investigative reports that have been published where stakeholders in the education sector, award contracts among themselves. And the companies that are awarding this contract to are not qualified, and they themselves, they are not even in a position to receive contracts from government agencies. And now, so or just in case you don't know, or perhaps those that are listening to us, as a government worker, you are not allowed to run a company. You are not allowed to be a director of any company except it is a farming business. But what we have, like I've been able to establish in some of my reports, is a situation where a lot of these people who are privileged to be in those positions in the education sector, they secretly float companies, and then the contract that are emanating from the sector that should go to the right organization that we do get the job done so that the children and of course our pupils can enjoy the dividends of democracy in that area. They award the contract to themselves. And I've done quite a number of reports like that. And then sometimes they write to us and say they want to sue us. I say, okay, let's go to court. We receive a lot of invitation to go to court because of the things that we write, and none of them have been able to pull through with it. At the end of it, they say, oh, they want to explain, they want to do this and what have you. So the truth is, I have done my own focus for now is on exposing contract racketeering in the last few years, and that I have done, and a lot of them have generated a lot of outbursts that they have. Like I mentioned, some want to drag us to court, and some are coming behind the scenes to say, no, we can actually look at this in a different way. Oh, this and ABCD and what have you. And like I mentioned earlier, the NGO I work with, we have a lot of things. You can find them on the net. I don't want to mention that name since I'm not here for that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So I want to ask, how do you feel, or what is the future of Nigeria, Africa, if journalism and governance worked hand in hand for the educational sector? How do you see the educational sector, education landscape in Africa looking like in the nearest future?
Okay, to start with, if there is a synergy between the government and the media, you can be guaranteed that all is going to be well. I remember a former US president, I can't remember his name now, who said where it is left for him to choose between a government without a media or media without a government, he would rather choose media. And if there are, we have instances where you have to, the two can work together, you can be guaranteed that everything is going to be fine. So for me, I like to say that even though things are like this as of today, I still want to remain optimistic that we can get it right. So if we are able to, as a country, elect the right leaders into office, the leaders who have the right to serve, who know what it means to be able to lead people, and of course they understand the place of the media, I can guarantee you that in a few years from now, Africa will truly be independent. Because for me, we are not independent yet. We depend on almost everything. We depend on foreign countries for funds, for how they do things, how to live, even how to brush it. We look up to the foreign people. So if there can be a synergy between the media and, of course, the government, I tell you, in a few years from now, with the right leaders who understand the place of the media, the role of the media in shaping society, the education sector can be placed at a level where we will become enviable in the Committee of Nations.
All right, thank you very much. So finally, on this International Day to Protect Education from Attack, what is your message to leaders, parents, and young people about safeguarding the right to learn?
Well, my first, or to summarize it, first to government, the policy on safety for education, we need to implement it to the latter, or rather, they implement that policy on safety in the education sector. They should implement it to the latter. And then for parents, for me, I like to let parents or urge them to demand for their rights. Demand for their rights. When there is need for you to speak, don't keep quiet. Because the more you keep quiet, the more the future of your children is being mortgaged. This country belongs to all of us. So all of us must make it work. So where you need to speak up, please speak. And for young people, students, and of course, for me, I also tell you, if you have where you are in a position to air your voice, please do so. As long as you are doing so within the ambit of the law, everything is all right. So there is a need for everyone to put hands on deck so that we can ensure that the education sector is, is safe. And also the government needs to, for me, I also want to recommend that there is also need for perhaps community policing for the education sector so that all of these schools, especially the ones in our rural areas that have been under siege, we can have the police who understand the terrain, who can actually be on ground every now and then to ensure that our children, our teachers, our students, our parents who are working in the education sector are safe while delivering their jobs. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Stanley Ugagbe. You have been very wonderful. It's so glad to have, of course, truly an investigative journalist on Just Africa. So glad to have you. Thank you for your powerful thoughts.
Thank you so much.
Welcome. All right, so I think it's been a mouthful there. He has really said a whole lot, and the fact that he has been on the scene, he has an investigative journalist. I mean, he himself said it is not easy for especially funding, because you have to go undercover, you have to, and there are also the down parts of it. You get litigations, you get lawsuits, and the rest of it. Yeah. But he's doing his work. He's trying to make Nigeria and Africa a little better than what it is.
Yeah, and from today's International Day for protecting education from attack, yes. It's very important that people have the knowledge of what their rights are. And like I said, especially those in the rural sector, they do not, some of them don't even know that it is their right for them to go to school. They don't know that it's their right for them to be educated. And there are sometimes superpowers hold these backs because they want you to remain where you are. Because the moment you understand that you know this thing and you are not eager that this thing is, I'm not supposed to fight for it. I'm not supposed to go extra length for it. It is mine. They know that, yes, your eyes are now open. You've eaten the fruit in the Garden of Eden. You understand? So, yes, knowledge is power. It is something that we should push out there. Let's create the awareness. Education, very, very important.
Yes, very well. Protecting Africa's future means protecting the right to learn, no matter what the disruption, innovation, or governance and community actions together can build education system that is resilient, inclusive, and future-ready. Special thank you to all our guests, the two guests that we had today on Just Africa. Thank you for your insight. Thank you also for those of you watching. Thank you for watching Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Let's keep asking the big questions that shape Africa's tomorrow. I am Olumide Shokoya. Enjoy the rest of your day.
And I am Umevi Idolo. Thank you for watching.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafor, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidilim. My parents probably said, well, we have had you here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We did that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with scholars bus, which was virtually provided for free. When scholars bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school, but some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafor, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafor. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, they'll just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what occurred to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University. I studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at J.K. Randall Hall, So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Linters advertising. When I walked into Linters, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Linters. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know. So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters. And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. You know. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left Admark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies, because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann, got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking, and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, look, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no, he just wants to talk to you. So he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks in a very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. There weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impart it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, in the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. For instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So you were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, a lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the new stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, So, in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram, people are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity in media. And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. I mean, thanks to our mobile news. I mean, we talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted in news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. Let's get back. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bag? I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank who will come into the bank and get properly served, who will come into the bank and feel like human, who will come into the bank feel important, because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits. Let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%, blah, 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 blah. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so high. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must still say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out, and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still growing. Now, the banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking it, because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor, go and do this, go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it. But we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. What Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this place. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. We all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your all maintenance and all that, where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, president said so, president said, even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother is carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go around Obalinde, Goshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold and make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Ibochire, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls, and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. You would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you are going to reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university, did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igbo Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear Buban Shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, you know, even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long tie, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, you know, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, you know, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. He doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that. And the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they learn. They can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did they, aren't their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, you know, things they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, you know, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. I mean, to talk to your children. No, we should never be scared to talk to them. Because they are not going to take us over. I mean, they are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, I mean, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. You know, they're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, you know, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know you, I mean, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. No, don't spoil the children. You know, give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. You know, I mean, in those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. You know, families are growing, society is expanding, you know, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I work. You know, there's this thing that keeps on saying, I mean, if all you can do is work for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay, hot colors frighten me. Okay, and if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I said to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that? You know, so you don't become like a Christmas tree, you know, on the road. That was the third one. Food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice, occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards,
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News here on SOUQ News Television, where we'll bring you business, economy and developmental stories from Nigeria and across the world. I am Grace Komalafe. First, we'll bring you some of our top stories. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority vows to publish names of airlines violating rules on delayed cancellations. Nigeria and Angola to hold talks in Luanda on economy cooperation agreements. South Africa posts fastest economic growth in 2 years, data shows in second quarter of 2025. Analysts warn oil prices may fall below $60 as OPEC Plus eases cuts. And Super Eagles goalkeeper Nwabali shows confidence in Nigeria beating South Africa in World Cup qualifier. Thank you for joining us. Now we'll bring you the news in details. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, has announced plans to publicly identify airlines that fail to comply with aviation regulations, particularly regarding frequent flight delays and cancellations. According to the NCAA, the move follows a directive from the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, who has stressed the need for greater accountability in the sector. Michael Achimogu, the NCCA's Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection, disclosed the decision in a post on his official X handle on Sunday. He explained that the measure is part of efforts to protect passengers' rights and enforce strict adherence to operational standards. The regulatory body said that by naming and shaming the 14 airlines, it hopes to push operators to improve service delivery, enhance consumer confidence, and strengthen discipline in the industry. Stakeholders say the policy could signal a new era of transparency in Nigerian aviation, where airlines are held accountable for operational inefficiencies that inconvenience thousands of travelers daily. The National Cashew Association of Nigeria, NCAN, has stated that Nigeria's cashew industrialization can only succeed through supportive policies and incentives rather than punitive export bans. In a statement signed by its president, Dr. Ojo Joseph Ajanaku, the association emphasized that a farmer-first approach is essential to building a sustainable value chain. According to NCAN, the framework should prioritize encouraging processors while protecting farmers' interests. Key proposals include foreign exchange rebates, VAT and duty relief on processing equipment, and energy support for cashew processors. The association also recommended the creation of a special agro-processing loan window, SAP-LW, with an interest rate of less than 5%, tied directly to verified processing contracts tracked through NCAA's Farm Mapper system. Dr. Ajanaku stressed that such policies would attract investment, boost local processing, and create more jobs across the value chain. He warned that exports ban could discourage farmers and reduce competitiveness, urging the government to adopt an incentive-driven strategy to unlock Nigeria's full cashew potential. And now the Vice-Chancellor of Usmanu Danfodio University, Sokoto State, Professor Bashir Kabah, has commended President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's education reforms, describing them as impactful for Nigeria's higher education sector. Speaking at the university's 50th anniversary and 42nd convocation, he noted improvements in funding frameworks, academic quality, and institutional autonomy under the current administration. Representing the President, Minister of State for Education, Professor Suwaibu Said Ahmed, highlighted the Nigerian Education Loan Fund as a key initiative to expand access to higher education. To disclose that 120 billion naira has also been earmarked for vocational education to support skill development and empower students nationwide. Sokoto State Governor Dr. Ahmed Aliyu and alumnus of the institution pledged stronger collaboration with the university to foster innovation and reforms. Stakeholders at the event agreed that sustained investment and policy support remain critical to driving long-term growth in Nigeria's education sector. Still in the news, Nigeria and Angola will hold high-level talks in Luanda this week to review key economic challenges and assess progress on existing cooperation agreements and memorandum of understanding MOUs between the two nations. The discussions will take place during the 5th meeting of the Angola-Nigeria Bilateral Joint Commission, which begins on Tuesday. The forum serves as a platform to strengthen bilateral relations, enhance trade, and address structural issues affecting the implementation of joint projects. According to officials, the Angolan delegation will be led by Domingos Vieira Lopez, Secretary of State for International Cooperation at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Nigeria stream will be headed by Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs. The meeting is expected to cover a wide range of sectors, including energy, trade, investment, and infrastructure, with both sides keen to unlock new opportunities for collaboration. Observers say the talks could play a crucial role in deepening economic integration between Africa's two major oil processors. The federal government has confirmed that outstanding entitlements for retired soldiers will be disbursed this week, following a review with key defense and finance institutions. Officials from the Military Pension Board and Nigerian Army Welfare Insurance Scheme and the Secretary Department Allowance Department finalized arrangements to ensure timely payments. Retired Sergeant Ekundayo Alisame disclosed that names of beneficiaries who had yet to receive complete settlement were compiled and verified, with assurances that payment would commence before the weekend. He emphasized the need for accuracy in the payments charts to avoid discrepancies in future calculations. The government also clarified other issues, including allowances and benefit shortfalls, while reaffirming commitment to a transparent system for managing military welfare. Stakeholders stressed that soldiers should have clear knowledge of their entitlements from entry into service, creating long-term confidence in the military welfare structure. Still in the news, talks between Dangote Petroleum Refinery and the National Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers, NUPENG, extended late into Monday night without resolution, despite federal government mediation effort. The meeting, convened at the Ministry of Labor, Employment and Productivity in Abuja, brought together all parties to reconcile the dispute. Officials had anticipated that negotiations would end with the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding MOU to resolve the conflicts. However, discussions dragged on for several hours with no final agreement reached. The standoff followed NUPENG's nationwide action on Monday, which paralyzed fuel loading activities across petroleum depots. The union is protesting what is described as Dangote Petroleum Refinery's attempt to ban workers from unionizing, a move it insists violates labor rights. The government officials continue to push for a compromise to avert prolonged disruptions in the downstream petroleum sector industry. And industry observers warn that extended deadlock could affect supply chains, disrupt fuel distribution, and trigger nationwide scarcity if unresolved quickly. The Nigeria Exchange opened the week on a strong note, adding 263 billion naira in market capitalization as an investment focused on consumer goods and insurance equities. Market value rose to 88.2 trillion naira at Monday's close, while the all-share index climbed 141.74 points to 139,994.75. Trading activities saw 947.83 million shares worth 17.96 billion naira exchanged across 36,006 deals, while volume dipped by 48% compared to the previous season. Turnover improved by 12%, with FCMB Group PLC leading activity by both volume and value at 4.73 billion naira. Market breadth ended positive with 41 gainers against 18 losers. PZ Cushion Nigeria and University Press PLC topped the chart with 10% growth each, while Nigerian Enamalware and Industrial and Medical Gases shared 10% apiece. Sectorial gains were led by insurance and consumer goods indices, supporting overall market resilience. You're watching the World News here on SOUQ News Television. We will take a break. When we come back, we'll bring you more stories. Stay with us.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled. Being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions, like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015. He won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
It's the World News here on SOUQ News Television. Now we'll bring you more stories. South Africa's economy recorded its fastest expansion in 2 years during the second quarter, driven by a strong rebound in manufacturing and mining activities. Official data released in Pretoria on Tuesday showed that gross domestic product rose by 0.8% in the 3 months through June, a sharp improvement from the 0.1% growth recorded in the previous quarter. The expansion not only outpaced expectations but also highlighted revenue momentum in key industries that have long been central to the country's economic strength. The growth figure surpassed the 0.6% medium forecast projected by a group of economists, signaling stronger than anticipated recovery and resilience in the domestic economy. Analysts believe the positive performance reflects improved output levels, stronger demand for South African goods, and favorable conditions across resource-linked industries. The development is seen as a vital step in stabilizing economic performance, boosting investor confidence, and laying a stronger foundation for continued growth in the months ahead. Ethiopia has inaugurated the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, Africa's largest hydropower project. The $5 billion dam on the Blue Nile is expected to generate up to 5,150 megawatts when fully operational. Officials say it will boost electricity access in a country where millions remain off the grid. The project is also seen as a major step towards regional energy exports. Construction began in 2011, funded mostly through domestic sources. Ethiopia's central bank covered 91% of costs, while citizens contributed through bonds and donations. Leaders describe the project as proof of self-reliance and a unifying national achievement. It has also become a symbol of Ethiopia's push for economic development. Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed says framed the dam as a shared opportunity for growth. Researchers say careful reservoir management has so far prevented disruptions to water flow. The project continues to inspire unity in the country, often divided by conflict. Still, rural communities may wait longer before benefiting directly from the new power supply. And now Vietnam's exports to the United States dropped 2% in August compared to July, reaching $13.94 billion, according to customs data released on Tuesday. The decline comes as Washington's 20% tariff on shipments from Vietnam took effect, a move expected to weigh on trade flows in the coming months. Vietnam's imports from China also slipped 2% in August, reflecting softer demand and ongoing trade distortion. The U.S. has repeatedly accused Vietnam of serving as a transshipment hub for Chinese goods destined for the American market, a charge that has heightened scrutiny on Vietnam's trade practices. Analysts say the latest figures may mark the start of a broader cooling in Vietnam's export momentum to its largest market, with potential ripple effects on its manufacturing sector. And now Taiwan recorded its highest monthly export value on record in August, reaching $58.5 billion, supported by continued strong demand for its technology goods. The latest figure showed export rising by 34.1% compared to the same period last year, far surpassing analyst forecasts and reinforcing the economy's resilience. The performance came despite new tariff measures from the United States that had raised concerns over potential disruptions to trade flows. Instead, global appetite for semiconductors and high-value technology products helped Taiwan secure steady momentum, underscoring the country's critical role in global supply chains. Analysts note that the strong showing not only highlights Taiwan's ability to navigate trade headwinds, but also provides a boost to its broader economic outlook. With technology exports continuing to anchor growth, Taiwan is expected to remain a vital hub for advanced manufacturing and innovation in the international market. Still in the news, France and Germany have called on the European Union to widen its sanctions against Russia by targeting its major oil companies in the next round of restrictive measures. According to proposals backed by both governments, energy firms such as Lukoil and Litasco should be considered for listing to maximize pressure on Moscow's oil export capacity. The proposal reflects growing alignment between Europe's two largest economies as the bloc seeks to tighten financial and trade restrictions while curbing Russia's access to energy revenues. Oil exports remain a critical source of funding for Moscow, and the move signals a stronger determination within the EU to undermine that leverage. If adopted, the measures would represent one of the bloc's most significant steps yet in reshaping its economic relationship with Russia. Analysts suggest the push could also accelerate Europeans' transition towards alternative energy sources, reinforcing the continent's broader strategy of energy diversification and long-term resilience. France's borrowing costs have risen above Italy's for the first time in the history of Eurozone, marking a significant development in European bond markets. The change reflects how investor concerns over fiscal management are reshaping debt dynamics across the region. The move was partly triggered by a technical adjustment as the benchmark French 10-year yield shifted to a bond with a slightly later maturity than Italy's equivalent. However, analysts note that the broader convergence between the two nations' debt profiles has been years in progress, influenced by fiscal challenges and shifting investor sentiments. This milestone signals a new phase for Eurozone market, where France now faces heightened scrutiny over its borrowing outlook. Economists believe the development could increase pressure on policymakers to reinforce fiscal discipline, while also underscoring the evolving balance of financial stability within Europe's largest economy. And now, Mexico's government has unveiled its 2026 budget plan, aiming to reduce the fiscal deficit compared to this year's spending. The proposal presented by President Claudia Sheinbaum's finance team seeks to balance tighter finance with the need to sustain essential programs. Officials emphasize that the plan reflects a commitment to responsible economic management at a time when public spending pressures remain high. The blueprint comes against the backdrop of slowing economic growth and rising uncertainty fueled by the U.S. trade policies. Mexico's economy, closely tied to its northern neighbors, has faced challenges from shifting global supply chains and external policy risks. By setting a leaner spending path, the government hopes to maintain investor confidence while creating room for targeted growth measures. A central feature of the budget is the drive to boost tax revenue, which will help cover obligations without deepening the deficit. Authorities highlighted ongoing reforms to strengthen fiscal discipline and expand the government's income base. The plan signals Sheinbaum's efforts to strike a balance between growth, stability, and prudent spending as Mexico enters a decisive stage in its economic recovery. It's still the World News here on SOUQ News Television. We'll take a break and come back with more stories. Please stay with us.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudycenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Glad to know you're still with us, and now we'll bring you the rest of the story on the World News. Oil prices could slip below $60 per barrel by the end of 2025 as OPEC Plus begins unwinding its production cuts, analysts have warned. On Sunday, 8 OPEC Plus members, including Saudi Arabia, Russia, Iraq, UAE, Kuwait, initiated the rollback of the 1.65 million barrels per day BPD quotas first introduced in April 2023. Starting in October, the group will return 137,000 BPD to the market, citing a steady global economic outlook and healthy market fundamentals, including low inventory levels. While the adjustment appears modest, analysts believe the gradual rollback will lead to oversupply in late 2025 and into early 2026. The supply surplus is expected to exert downward pressure on crude prices, challenging producers who rely on higher benchmarks to balance budgets. The development reflects OPEC Plus's attempt to balance market stability with revenue needs, but it also highlights growing risks of volatility as global demand growth remains uncertain. Energy analysts caution that prolonged oversupply could drag prices below $60 per barrel. Small business confidence in the United States strengthened in August as owners reported higher expectations for future sales. The Small Business Optimism Index climbed to 100.8, supported by a noticeable increase in the share of entrepreneurs anticipating revenue growth. Analysts noted that this improvement reflected resilience among local businesses despite economic uncertainties. The survey also revealed a decline in the uncertainty index, suggesting that firms feel more secure about operating conditions compared to recent months. However, challenges remain, particularly in the labor market, where many owners continue to face difficulties in finding workers with the right skills. These shortages have been most severe in the construction industry, where nearly half of businesses reported unfilled positions. Overall, the rise in optimism signals steady business activity and potential expansion in the months ahead, yet persistent gaps in labor availability underscore the need for long-term workforce development solutions to sustain this positive momentum across U.S. industries. Still in the U.S., labor market is bracing for significant revisions to employment data, with economists expecting job growth for the year through March to be marked down by as many as 1 million positions. Analysts explained that the adjustment would show the economy had already been slowing before recent tariff policies outlook took effect, reflecting structural shifts in how businesses hire and operate. Experts pointed out that tighter immigration measures and the growing adoption of automation have altered labor demand, making growth more uneven across industries. While some sectors are reporting vacancies they cannot fill, others are relying more on artificial intelligence tools to manage cost and productivity. This recalibration, they say, marks the end of an era of easy job gains, signaling a new phase in the employment landscape. Despite the expected revision, financial markets remain steady, with the Federal Reserve still anticipated to continue its interest rate cuts to ease conditions. Economists emphasize that the changes in job data highlights the need for workforce development policies that strengthen skills and support business resilience as the U.S. economy adapts to resolving challenges. United States containerized imports grew by 1.6% year-on-year in August, with seaports handling 2.5 million 20-foot equivalent units of cargo. The growth came even as shipments from China declined by nearly 11% due to shifting trade policies and higher tariffs. Despite this, overall imports remain 3.3% ahead of last year, highlighting the resilience of U.S. trade flows amid global supply chain adjustment. Industry data shows that while imports from China fell, particularly in aluminum, apparel, and footwear, other trading nations such as Vietnam, India, and Indonesia gained market shares. This diversification reflects businesses' efforts to adapt to tariff volatility while ensuring steady support for U.S. retailers and manufacturers. The exemption of a tariff truce with China until November has provided short-term stability, giving importers space to adjust sourcing strategies. Looking ahead, concerns remain about inflation's impact on consumer demand and the holiday shopping season. However, logistics leaders point out that the adaptability of U.S. ports and the broader supply chain has cushioned the immediate effect of shifting trade rules. The continued growth in imports suggests that U.S. demand, though tempered, is still strong enough to sustain global trade links in a challenging policy environment. Now wrapping up with some sport-related stories. Nigeria goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali says the Super Eagles have what it takes to defeat South Africa when both sides clash in Bloemfontein on Tuesday in a crucial 2026 World Cup qualifier. Speaking ahead of the encounter, Nwabali expressed confidence in the squad's quality and determination to secure maximum points against Bafana Bafana. He stressed that victory is vital for Nigeria to revive their qualification hopes with just 3 games left in the series. The Super Eagles currently trail South Africa by 6 points in Group C, leaving them under pressure to deliver in Bloemfontein. Nigeria's campaign so far has been underwhelming, with only 2 wins, 4 draws, and 1 defeat in 7 matches. With the group stage nearing its conclusion, The clash is seen as a must-win if the three-time African champions are to keep their World Cup dreams alive. Fans will be hoping Nwabali and his teammates rise to the occasion and turn around their short-range qualification run. And lastly, Nottingham Forest have dismissed head coach Nuno Espirito Santo after weeks of growing tension and an inconsistent run of form. The club announced the decision on Monday, saying he was relieved of his duties following recent circumstances, while thanking him for his efforts during his time at the City Ground. Nuno, who arrived in December 2023, delivered results but was reportedly at odds with sections of the club's hierarchy. His exit had been widely speculated in recent weeks as his growing issues escalate with Forest co-owner Evangelos Marinakis. According to transfer insider Fabrizio Romano, former Tottenham Hotspur manager Ange Postecoglou is set to replace him. The Australian coach, known for his attacking football philosophy and ability to rebuild teams quickly, is expected to bring fresh energy to Forest's campaign as they aim to push higher up the Premier League table. That's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here is a recap of today's top stories. The Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority vows to publish names of airlines violating rules on delays and cancellations. Nigeria and Angola to hold talks in Luanda on economy cooperation agreements. South Africa posts fastest economic growth in 2 years, data shows in second quarter of 2025. Analysts warn oil prices may fall below $60 as OPEC Plus eases calls. And Super Eagles goalkeeper Nwabali show confidence in Nigeria beating South Africa in World Cup qualifier. Many thanks for watching, and we say you follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. My name is Grace Komalafe. Do have a good afternoon.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I have done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this the reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025, so that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then, unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies' income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill. But how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that customs should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian revenue service that should be collecting. Customs, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill was passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the state internal revenue service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the state revenue service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the state internal revenue service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigeria, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be banned from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigeria Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which should have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less. And it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance, and there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it, but with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own, have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representatives into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problems between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as a Joint Tax Board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my point is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. they base their economy on taxation. But then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of that countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individual, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those imposition of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain, and then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are reliant on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute projects, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, which you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passing to law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, they are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for battable goods and services and non-battable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in prices will be on battable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about the fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you are looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses. Because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the state in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about subsidy, fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that needs to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some state than in some other state. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the recharge card, and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or whatever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. The state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 20%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That may go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people have saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
And the depreciation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this, and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The solution is that they will just go back to a pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign, or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on VAT. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and up thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that, yeah, we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all the developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. So NEL Fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL Fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL Fund. While all these have been put aside. It's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL Fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, and SEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED Fund will not be getting anything. But from that 27 to 29, they said TED Fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED Fund. It is only NEL Fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all the three agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be passed out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are being to working on target, how can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NEL Fund, even before transferring everything to NEL Fund is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as TED Fund is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee. You are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the Federal University College of Education Polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds. Because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fee. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester in Nigeria here. Some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either tell one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELPO to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And they made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation. And even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How would that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I'm of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other rate. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third point, which is like reducing what third point is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third point is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NEL fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%, saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%, and then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay, so that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meetings with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small your contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I say, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. Yeah, so there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say, no, if that person, that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. and they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered, to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, when you say 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap. If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure. But you can see some sign of it. And you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net. And then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government. with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are forced to raise alarm. And they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. So I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. Had it been that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my birth, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that, but even by virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
tool we have to the future. It empowers individual, drive economic growth, promotes social development and equality, advances science, technology, and contributes to global peace and security. Education is not just a privilege, it's a fundamental right that should be accessible to all. Attacks on education remain one of the gravest consequences of conflict, depriving children and communities of safety, stability, and hope for the future. Such attacks result in death, injury, and displacement of students and teachers, leading to temporary or permanent school closure. This disruption reduces quality of education, forces children out of classrooms, and contributes to alarming social consequences, including increased child labor, child marriage, and teenage pregnancy. Education, a fundamental human right and a lifeline during crisis, is increasingly under siege in conflict zones worldwide. Recognizing the urgency of crisis, the United Nations General Assembly on May 28, 2020, unanimously adopted Resolution 74-275, establishing September 9th as the International Day to Protect Education from Attack. Presented by Qatar and co-sponsored by 62 countries, the resolution reaffirmed government responsibility to ensure safe, inclusive, and equitable education for all. It emphasized intensified efforts and increased funding to safeguard schools, learners, and educators, while mandating UNESCO and UNICEF to lead global observance in collaboration with partners. Despite this, attacks have escalated sharply in recent years. Between 2022 and 2023, nearly 6,000 attacks were recorded, with schools increasingly used for military purposes and more than 10,000 students killed, abducted, or harmed. Secretary General's 2024 Annual Report on Children and Armed Conflict reviewed a record 41,370 grave violations against children, the highest in nearly 3 decades. Countries most affected included Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory, notably Gaza, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Somalia, Nigeria, and Haiti. Alarming cases of school attacks within the period under review was on the rise, leading to about 44% rape, 34% of sexual violence, and multiple violations against children, 17%. This figure underscored the urgent need for stronger global action. Protecting education must remain a collective priority. Governments must uphold their commitments. International bodies must scale up resources, and communities must advocate for safe learning environments. With resilience, solidarity, and renewed investment in education, children in conflict zones can still be empowered with knowledge, skills, and hope for a better tomorrow. Praise Matthias, SOUQ News TV.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondoukou and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi, reporting for SOUQ News.
Cocoa has more than tripled in costs over the past year and is up 129% this year. The rise in cocoa prices is likely due to a global cocoa shortage. Climate change-induced drought has ravaged crops in West Africa, which contributes around 80% of the world's cocoa output. According to the International Cocoa Association, global cocoa supply will decline by almost 11% over the 2023-24 season. The world produces nearly 6 million tons of cocoa beans each year, and consumers may begin to feel the impact of this shortage by the end of this year or early next year. Nigeria's cocoa earnings in the first quarter of this year surged by 279%. Driven by a sharp increase in its prices in the international market. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, indicates that in the first 3 months of the year, the value of cocoa exports totaled 408.66 billion naira. This represents an increase of 279% from the 179.5 billion naira recorded in the first 3 months of 2023. When compared to the preceding quarter, total cocoa exports increased by 138% from 117.29 billion naira recorded in the preceding quarter. Despite the significant depreciation of the naira in the first quarter of the year, the dollar value of cocoa exports saw a significant increase both year on year and quarter on quarter. There was a 63.3% increase in the dollar value of Nigeria's exports between the fourth quarter of 2023 and the first quarter of 2024. Using the closing rate of the dollar to the naira at the end of December 2023, cocoa exports for the period stood at $188.83 million. This increased to $312.19 million at the end of the first quarter of 2024, using the exchange rates at the end of March. Year on year, The dollar value of exports in the first quarter of 2023 stood at $223 million. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are three reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationships with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is the need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, While the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for SOUQ News.